Maybe that's why it was orange, because you were orange.
Yeah. Okay, there we are.
Cool.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, this is what I need to
You want me
do.
to turn it a little bit, or?
Yeah.
Just keep the whole screen in there,
Yeah.
but turn it over a bit, yeah.
Or maybe we should have the mic on the other side. Oops. Then we get into the camera, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All
That'll
right.
be good.
Oh yeah, right here's good. And you can see the screen. I wonder if we could pull that down.
I couldn't tell you, probably, eh? Well, the screen stays. Oh, God. Oh, that's better.
That's better? Okay. Oh yeah, okay. A little bit better, but maybe we could pull this.
Yeah, that's fine. I got short little arms like pterodactyl.
It's going to be a little bit off, but
It's okay.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Now what?
We're going to start.
Let's do it.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the conference, and thanks, Tom. I'm going to introduce Tom. Okay, May from British Columbia. He traveled all the way here to be with us to share a story. And what does that say? How come it's showing up there?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. So let's welcome Tom.
Uh-oh. We're having technical problems already. I don't know where my thing went.
Oh,
There it is. Here we are. Okay.
It's not showing up there.
That's
So,
okay. There we go.
there we go.
Thanks, Derek. Okay, well, my name's Tom. I'm from Maple Ridge, BC, and this is my story.
Can't really hear you.
Okay. I didn't know it had to be that close. Thank you. Thank you very much. It started about 3 years ago, I guess. I spent a lot of time in the bush myself, just driving around and enjoying nature. And so as it turns out, I went to one spot around Harrison Lake and up by the hydro lines, beautiful view of the lake. And I looked behind me and there was sort of like 3 trees that were missing. You could see the brown dirt. And I could hear them walking around me. I wasn't freaked out. It was okay. But that day got pretty cool. I'll show you the first picture that I took of them. If I can find it on here somewhere. This one here. Yeah, in the bottom right here, you can see a Sasquatch, and the one that's circled is cloaked, and he's much, much bigger. About 5 minutes before this happened, I saw a big gray, but he had his back to me, and I was driving the car. I stopped the car to back up, take another look, and all I remember is just driving away. So, and 2 minutes later, I took a picture of these guys here, so that was pretty awesome. I don't know if that came in very clear. Is it coming in?
Okay? Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to see on there, but
Yeah.
that's bogus. How's that? A little better? You lose picture.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, cool. So this day was the beginning of what was to be really weird. And a Judy, I don't know how to get rid of this. Sorry about that. I didn't have much time to prepare for this.
No worries. I think it's this top left key.
Oh, thanks, man.
Alright.
So that was around Harrison Lake, and my next experience was probably about a month later, up in which became my my area for frequent visits and whatnot. It started off by seeing their art on trees, carved into trees. And this was left for me, I realized, because I mean, it's not there now. I've taken people there and showed them, and it's like, it's not there. But I have pictures of that too, but there's so many pictures, it's hard to. But I'll give you an idea of the area that I'm in. It's basically a logging road that borders Stave Lake, and that's where I first started seeing their art, and their art is out of this world. It's phenomenal. And sorry guys, I wasn't really prepared. But basically, they turn tree stumps into to art. There's one of a deer, and I've seen ones of dragons, and just basically anything you can think of, they can do it, right? So this area that I frequent, I spend, you know, a couple hours a night to all night, well into the morning. But the communication's slow going. Very, very little mind speak, if any. Like the odd word, not too much. I find I communicate with them through pictures, right? They basically show me a picture that I have to interpret, and if I'm right, I get a feeling, right? And it's an extreme feeling of love. So, okay, well, let's just start here. Here's a couple pictures of dog men. And in this area, I hear the dog men don't get along with the Bigfoot. I'm not finding that at all. They live together, they interbreed. One of my close encounters, an ongoing encounter is with a dog man / Bigfoot, and I know his name. His name is Radcliffe. Let's get you a picture of Radcliffe. There he is. I don't know if that's coming up very well or what. But that's him there. And he's about 7.5 feet tall. And he comes out every time I go up there. He's waiting for me. So yes, and this is one of the first pictures I took of him. And this is like 3 years ago. And he's always smiling at me too. Like, I mean, there's a lot of love in these beings, eh? And I guess that's why I was drawn to them. Oh, hi. But it's, oh yeah, this is another one of their art pieces, I guess you'd say. They were logging in the area, and I think this is them showing they're being displeased with what was going on. I mean, they're raping the land, and it made me sick. But I guess they had to do it for the forest fires and stuff, right? So, I mean, hopefully they understand. But that's like an 80-foot tree, and it's twisted around a couple different trees, as you can see. They took it down about 2 weeks later. I went back up there, it was gone, busted up into little pieces. So, but the experiences in my spot progress. It seems to me what they do is they show me a little bit, and if I can accept it and understand what I'm seeing, they show me more. And the more is really a lot more, you know. One night I was up there not too long ago, and they showed me this one first. This is on 2 different nights. That's an orb going around the tree. I actually, believe it or not, kids, I saw this tree walk. It came down 20 feet, and it's at the edge of the road now. It was further in the back, but that was the beginning of it. I go here because there's always orbs here. They're always on the ground, and it's like they're waiting for me. And I go there when there's nobody else on the road, right? I don't feel any fear. I'm not afraid. I made it clear to them that I wouldn't be afraid of them if they were okay with me. And they are, you know. I mean, I feel the most amount of love I've ever felt in my life from them. It just hits you like a brick. I mean, it'll bring you to tears, right? And I think that's what people need to see and feel from them to understand where they're coming from. I mean, they're depicted in such a nasty way, big, scary creatures, and nobody wants to investigate this or whatever, but it's not the case at all. I mean, they're beautiful, and what they can do is just unbelievable. So that was the beginning of the first orb, and then it went from there, and boy, did it ever. This next night, there had to be, I don't know, I couldn't count that high, right? It started out, I got out of my car, and they're like little bugs, and I'm swatting them away. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's like early spring, it's cold, there's no bugs. Then the bugs got bigger and bigger and bigger, and well, they were pretty much all over the place that night. And I must have taken 70 pictures. And another funny thing about these orbs is you can see faces at the end of it. Right here. I don't know if I can blow this up. There you go. Can you see the faces? So they're spirits, is what they are, in my mind, right? Everybody interprets things differently, and that's cool, but to me, from what I've seen, they're definitely spirits. This is a good one here. See down here, there's a young Sasquatch with 2 babies. I know it's difficult to see, but there's actually quite a few in this picture. And then this here is a floating orb. It's just amazing. This picture doesn't do it justice. But actually, one night I was up there, and I'd left them some food in a bag, you know, some fruits and vegetables, right? And they didn't take it. So the next night I come up there, and I took the fruits and vegetables, threw them in the truck, and I stayed there for a few minutes. And I get home, and it was about midnight when I got home. I went to 7-Eleven, got one of those nasty subs. Well, I didn't eat it. I put it on the counter, went and played on the computer for a few minutes, and went in my room, turned on the light, kicked open the door, and there was a piece of bread from the sub on my bed. I was just like, it was amazing. But it was acknowledgement that they're okay with me. So, but yeah, I mean, there's see, here's a picture of, like, this is the top of the trees right here along this line, and there's a Sasquatch walking on top of the trees here. This one here is the Sasquatch, yeah. But this is the very top of probably 110-foot trees. So, yeah, they sure like showing you stuff. I mean, they're not camera shy either, eh? At least these ones aren't. Like I said, they followed me home. This one here is in my backyard with the orbs going through it. But this is further in my backyard. It's not on my property, but it's further in. But they left me a trail of trees to follow to get to here. Yeah, I left them a few gifts too, a little bit of mushrooms and a harmonica and a hairbrush and, you know, stuff like that.
I feed them chocolate, blackberries, and gummy bears.
Oh, gummy bears.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet they like that. Just munch right out of it.
Sour peas.
Sour peas. I'll have to try that. But yeah, they leave quite a bit of glyphs in my backyard. I mean, it's crazy. They just took it right over, right? So every time I go back, there's something new. If I'm jamming during the day, and if I go back in the afternoon, there's a brand new one because they really like the music, right? They love music. Yeah, it's like I'm always playing something, and I got really big speakers and nobody behind me, so I just crank it all day long. They like bluegrass, actually, believe it or not. They seem to come out a little bit more when the bluegrass is playing, because it's happy music, right? So, but yeah, they're, you know, like this here, putting sticks in the ground like that. Yeah, but they're not really, I mean, you have to interpret everything they do, and this is the difficult part. Without any help, without anybody saying, yeah, this is, you know, this is what that is, and how to understand it, and maybe it's a message, I don't know.
Going back to the music, sorry. I want to know how you know that they like the bluegrass music.
Well, because I hang out there. When I hang out in my spot, I'm there for hours. So I'll just crank the tunes. And then the orbs come.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a definite, they like music. You know, that's all there is to it.
You know what signs you're getting to know.
Orbs, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, one night I was playing some bluegrass music. I got a bit of a video. I thought I was videotaping an orb. This was a weird night. They're all weird nights. I got a... This isn't my stuff. Ruh-roh. No? Oh, hang on. I think I might be able to do it. Oh. Derek, you got a minute? Sorry, guys. I didn't have a lot of time, and I've got a really lousy computer, so.
It's all good.
Well, thank you.
This happened yesterday too, don't worry.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't feel so bad now. Who's that handsome fella?
Okay. I forget where your
Yeah,
Facebook
there you go.
folder was.
You got it. Okay, and we'll just go to Facebook then.
I'll wait till it's working then.
There we go.
Perfect.
Oh, okay, so I see how to do that. Sorry, guys, it's... Okay. I don't know if the videos... At the-
videos and stories.
Oh, is it? Okay. Thanks, Judy. See what I mean? Like, literally. Oh, okay, well. This here, let's start here too. I asked them what their names were, because I want to know them. I asked them what their names were and how I want to get to know them and understand them better. But this is a picture that they put on my phone. And in this picture, there's literally thousands of faces. The entities. I don't know if that's coming through. No, you can't even see that. No. No, it's coming in clear here, but
See? Oh yeah, it does come clear there. I see them.
yeah.
I wanted to
Wow.
say, I don't think they leave personal messages that are universal thing. I think
Oh, it's for you. Oh, 100%.
for you to interpret, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. There's in this picture, there's names in there too, as well. They're all faces, everything. See that? There's a little heart in there. I see hearts all over. I see I love Tom, or they'll write my name and put the O as a heart.
Oh.
You know. Yeah, where's that video? I guess I can't find it. That isn't me. All right. Anyways, the same night I shot the video, I got this here. I was shooting a video when this green being floated across the lake and was watching me videotape. That was weird. I don't know if I can get that any bigger. It's really kind of tough now. You can't see that. Yeah. Anything better? No. No, sorry about that. Let's just stick to the pictures. But when I go to my spot, you can see him peeking around the trees. He's just a young one. But they're not shy about the camera at all. Well, not with me anyway. I don't know if that's something I should look at or what. But this here is in my backyard. And I know who's doing this. She's got a little baby as well. I've got his footprints. I know their names. But she always puts her fingers in the toes, where the toes go. And the baby does it too. It's so cool. Yeah, it is a big print. 17 by 7 actually. So, give you an idea of her size. This one's a little baby. He's probably 2 feet tall. But his parents are right behind him in the picture. And that's another thing too. They trust me around their kids. I mean, wow, you know, that's mind blowing. It's such an honor, right? And this here, this is Miles. He's a dog man. And this is in my backyard as well. And dog man, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I got a picture of his prints too. He's got 3 toes. One in the back, 2 in the front. He's staring right at me when I took the picture, so. Come up a little better. It's tough to see. And the glyphs in the backyard, I mean, they're very intricate. Oh, this is the baby's footprints. I gotta zoom in, right? That's my friend Aniko's foot, and that's like a size 7, I guess, pretty small. You can see his toes. His name is Wee Kong, the baby's name. Wee Kong. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's such a personal experience, right? And these 2 feathers just appeared on one of the glyphs too. Yeah, the blue feathers. I imagine they'd be blue jay. They're about 3-4 inches long. So. And this here is right across from the big cedar stump. It's right across from this one here. And they made a path for me to follow all the way to the back, and it's actually probably about 200 yards past my fence line. So they really wanted me to see this, and so I started gifting there too, right? I haven't heard anybody blow that harmonica yet, though. I'm still waiting for that to come. Yeah, I wish I had a bit more time to organize this. I'm not very good technically with this kind of stuff. Oh, there's another picture of them walking around on the top of the trees too. This is in my backyard as well. This one's huge. You can see his eyes and his smile.
Blow that one up a little bit. Yeah.
Let's do this. Oh, you just completely lose it. That's better. But I mean, that tree in front of him is probably 6-8 inches around, so you can imagine how big he is.
Can you show me where his eyes are to confirm that?
One there, one there. And there's a smile.
Because to me, I'm way up in the corner or something.
Oh, no, he's right here. There's one eye, there's the other one. We're losing a lot of the image just through this. I can show you pictures later if you want, you know. But I mean, it's clear they're shiny, right? It definitely his eyes.
I'm not questioning.
Oh no, that's okay. I know it's hard to see, right? Yeah, their art is a major part of who they are. I think if you have the ability to see their artwork, then they start showing you more and more, right? So, yeah, I mean, they carved a Sasquatch on a tree where I parked. I mean, it was for me. But I saw that, and then I started seeing other things that they'd left behind, footprints and different trees and stuff like that. They'll drag a tree like this to the edge of the road. Like, it didn't just get there, you know. Yeah. Oh, here you go. This is the one with the baby in her. Seeing quite a bit. But between the two trees in the back there's probably 4 Sasquatches there. They're just kind of keeping an eye on the baby, right? He's cute as a button, by the way. I just want to pick him up and on him. Probably a big no-no though, right? And this again is in my spot. And this is a goat man. But in this picture, there's also Sasquatch. There's the goat man there. I don't know if you guys... Oh yeah, okay, you can see that pretty good. Over here is another Sasquatch. Smiling away, as usual. But it's every time I go to this spot, you see, yeah, you can see the progression there of this one here. He's, just peeking out a little bit. And then this one, he's got his head right out. So. And this one here is, I think it's a mama Sasquatch. Yeah, you can't really see that too well at all. I'm going to have to work on that. Get better pictures. Or clean them up anyway. Oh, and that's another thing they do. If you take a picture, I think this is the baby doing this, but they'll draw on the picture after you take it. Like there's a smile there. I circled it. That's not on, like if you saw the log, it's not there. It's only in the picture. So, yeah. Yeah, the night of the orbs was actually the most special night so far. I mean, they were everywhere. Oh, shit. Yeah. It's still hard to see. There's probably 10 or 15 in that picture, but you see the big main one here. I hope you can see this one. That's just pure energy, you know. And all these other little ones here flying around too, like they're. And yeah, I mean, after everything's said and done, I am coming up with some pretty good theories of what's going on. Oh, I took this picture here from my living room of the neighbor's yard. I don't know if you can see him or not, but he's probably 15 feet tall, and he's got an orb right in the center of his chest. Yeah, you can see him. And he's smiling, right? I haven't told my neighbors he was in there. I think they'd move. But that's not the first time I've seen something over there. Their ability to cloak into anything they want is just incredible. Yeah, I mean, that one's tough to see. But yeah, I mean, even at night, this is going to be tough to see, but the faces of entities are in the trees, and you can't see it. That's frustrating. But you're surrounded. Well, I mean, I'm surrounded when I'm up there. They're walking around behind the truck and in front of the truck, and you can hear them peeing. It's just crazy. They're not shy. Oh, yeah, this one here's cool. Sorry, guys. So all these orbs are coming out of the center of this tree, and there's actually a really big entity right, you can't see it, right here. I'll show you later if you want to see the picture on the phone or whatever, but you can see it? Yeah. I don't know if it's going to drop the pixels if I do that. Oh yeah, you can see him. He's smiling. Hey, Tom.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all very, very personal, you know. Oh, let's see if I can see this one here. The energy that they put off is excuse me, it's different colors, right, for different energies. And this here little blue light, I get that in quite a few pictures. It's not from the camera, it's from them, but I'm trying to figure out exactly what that's in there. It's not just an orb. There's something more to it because I see it in quite a few pictures.
So can I ask a question you know it's still on?
Well, you can. I don't mind.
How do you know that that's not from the camera and it's actually a orb? Do you know?
Because I can zoom in it and see its face.
Oh.
That's another way I can tell if it's computer generated or not. Because, you know, if you have a picture, there's not going to be a face in it. You know what I mean? But if it's an orb, there will be. I mean, all these trails, these light trails, at the beginning of the light trail, there's a face. So, and it's a dead giveaway, right? I mean, you can't fake that. There's no way to fake that. Right. And this is in my backyard as well. I don't know, there's probably, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I get a lot of pictures of humans too, like like this fella here, guy with the beard. I don't know if you can see him very clearly. No, can't. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's so detailed that you can't over-pixelate the picture, right? And that brings us to the cloud artist. I know not too many people have known about this guy. But there he is right there. This is in my driveway. The cloud artist, the guy that draws in the clouds, that makes the art in the clouds. Yeah, he'll do it right in front of you. But I don't know. This took a little while because what happened the first time I encountered this, I was up at my spot and I'm looking at this rock and it's a beautiful picture of mountains and a bunch of Sasquatch behind them. I mean, clear as day, they're Sasquatch, right? So I take a picture. And as soon as I take the picture on the rock changed. And I did this for probably 5 minutes and I took over 100 pictures. But they kept changing every time. There's no time with them. You know, it's just boom, 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 boom. He took every one of those pictures out. Because he wanted me to see it, but he didn't want anybody else to see it. Okay? That was coming. But, you know, you don't know, right? I was really frustrated. I get mad at him once in a while too. It's like, come on, man, I'm sitting here. I'm waiting for you to communicate with me. You know, and they know. I get frustrated, right? Hey, what do you do? Pardon? No, I don't think he's shy. I don't know what his plan is. I mean, that's what I mean about the interpretation. You got to interpret what they're thinking. It's like now you have to have ESP, right? And some people do. Some people can and have the ability to communicate with them just through a picture. I've got friends that can do this, and I don't know how, but they've been doing it their whole lives, right? There's definitely a UFO connection with this. At the dam that one night where I was taking the video of that little green guy, it wasn't taking a video of the little green guy. I was taking a video of two Sasquatches going up to two entities. And it's a 4-minute video, and you can see they're going up, and there's orbs all around them, and entities too, and I'll have to find that, but it's a pretty, I don't know how it would come up on here, because there's lots of different light in it, eh? And I actually took that video, and I took still pictures of it, and then blew up the energy from the picture. That I do have, that you can see. This is in the same spot that I took the video, and there again, this isn't very clear, but there's Sasquatches all over the place here. Here we are. Okay, so this here, you can see at the bottom right here. Here, I'll do this. Hang on. This is one of the Sasquatches going up to the entity, okay? And this is another entity that I took a video of maybe 10 minutes before, or no, probably half an hour before I got here to take this video. But this was a still, and I didn't even do anything to it. You know, I just blew it up and that's what I got. But look at the light in that. That's amazing. But this here is a Sasquatch, and there's actually two of them. There's one, I don't know what side this is on, but there's actually two. And they're huge. They're huge. And you can see them going up into the entity, eh? Oh, that might be a better picture there. There it is again, but it's already gone up, right? Just the energy around what's going on there is mind-blowing. Actually, you can kind of see a face right there. Yeah, enlarge it. Yeah, you lose it when you do that, right? Yeah, this whole experience, it tests every part of you, your sanity for one. You know, when they started showing up at my house, I thought I was losing my mind the first time. I was like, what the hell? I mean, I'm seeing this, right? And there was lots there, dogmen and Bigfoot and orbs. I didn't take any pictures that night. I basically just sat in the truck in my driveway and watched this unfold. But it really freaked me out, and I was talking to another guy in the Bigfoot community who seems to have lots of experience, but I think I scared the shit out of him. And yeah, but it's happened more than once at my house. And it usually happens when my neighbor or my roommate goes away for the weekend, right? And they know they can get a hold of me. This here is, oh, you can see his face too. Okay. I don't know if this is a portal or what, but that's my car right below the light. And there's entities in this picture as well. You can't see it.
So you said that's your car?
That's my car right
Standing on the side?
right here. I'm standing behind my car taking a picture. And this is my spot too, right? And this is basically the same spot where the orbs are coming out of the tree. So there's a lot of energy there at this spot, right?
Where's your car?
Right here. This is the car.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Look like
It's my spaceship. I'm kidding.
you're already amongst us.
Okay. This is a little strange.
Hey, Tom, sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
They saw this too. When you picture with your car, there was a pair of eyes and then they were gone.
Okay. Weird, eh? I'll go back to that.
They saw it too.
They saw it too.
I saw a pair of eyes sitting right in the middle, just past your car. And then I look again and there's nothing there.
It must be you guys.
I thought it was
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was a car in the distance.
Well, you're right. There is a pair of eyes there.
Yeah, it was on the middle.
There's actually
Yeah, it was in the middle of the,
there's a face there. Yeah. Yeah, right here. One there. One there.
No, they would have been low, just above your vehicle.
Oh.
In the middle, they were right there.
around there.
Okay, good, I'm not crazy.
I don't know, that was weird.
Oh.
I thought you were saying that was the car. I thought this was-
No, the car's down here. I'm just taking a picture over top of the car. They're here right now. I know they are, and they're probably manipulating this picture, just probably to pick on you guys.
Is that the only photo like that? Or
I know I have two.
did you change pictures or something?
No, that was it.
All right,
That was it. That was it. See, here's another one, just over top of the car. But if you, not in this screen, but you can see the orbs and the faces in here. It's, I don't know if it'll come in a little clear. No, don't mean, I can't see shit. Oh, okay. This here picture, right, with the free-floating orb. And I'll show you this picture here. This is what's inside that free-floating orb. There. Oh, where is it? Right here. This is what's inside that free-floating orb. Yeah. And this guy I got circled, this is actually the cloud artist. The cloud artist, that's him right there. Thank you. So. Yeah, I wish they were a little clearer. There's characters in the bottom, there's fairies in here. It just never ends with them, you know, and I know that sometimes you take a picture and you don't see it right away, right? You don't see what's in there. And whether you don't see it or it's not in there yet, that's a good question, right? That's another picture of the Sasquatch going up to the orb. I'll blow it up a little bit.
It looks like you're reaching the boat.
And here, this beautiful picture. Who did that? But yeah, I kind of poked around at Judy's picture too, and right here at the top of the pipe, it looks like the Last Supper, and there's faces and orbs in it too. Like, oh wait, do I have that?
You have another picture ready?
Yeah. Where is it? I thought it was too. Oh, this here is Gin and I. And right between us, there's an orb.
Oh, yeah, I see.
There's so much energy in this room right now, it just blows my mind. I'll try to find that other one. Or maybe I can zoom in on this one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, when
There you
Tom
go.
messaged me, he was like, Judy, zoom in on your picture, and it looks like the Last Supper there. And if you really look at it, you could see that image of the Last Supper. And I told Tom, that wasn't my intention at all. And when I zoomed in, there's a connection with me and they call him Jesus. And but I'm not going to talk about that right now because we do have a connection, him, Jesus, and I. That's not his real name, and by the way. So anyway, when he pointed that out just a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Just about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I go, wow, it just blew me away. I was just like, wow. I was like, I could see it. Maybe,
If you can get it in.
yeah, right here.
There you go.
You
But yeah,
see,
there's so many entities.
yeah, there's so many, and you look at it, right there. You can really see it. Oops. And I didn't talk about this yesterday because, well, I talked about it at the last conference, but I wanted to save this one because I knew Tom was going to bring this up. And this is a ceremony, a pipe ceremony I was doing, and he was like 30 feet away from me. And it was just awesome. That's one of the first times they ever like come that close. Well, not like during a ceremony, because I did have other experiences where they were just on the other side of the spruce trees and just seeing their foot and stuff like that and knowing there was there. But yeah, so where's Tom? Oh, I'll let you finish off. Right? Thank you, Tom. For
Oh, you're
bringing that
welcome.
up.
Thank you.
Well, the microphone went away.
That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's just an ongoing experience of, you know, what I get from this is just love. You know, and I don't want nothing from them. I just want to know who they are. That's all. And they know that, right? Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's just, it's an ongoing thing, and it happens almost every day at my house. Oh yeah, there's some guy that my landlord let somebody move in the backyard. Like I said, I'm on 5 acres, so I haven't really spent too much time. I don't know if this is any clearer. Nope.
Wow.
But this is a Bigfoot, like a female Bigfoot with 2 or 3 little pups, dogman pups. And she's just kind of got her head, and she's staring right at me, you know. This one here it's in my spot, and there's probably 2 or 3 in here. one down here, up here, over here. And I've seen them, they manipulate art on rocks, the carving of a rock. I mean, it's just, it's insane. Excuse me. Oh. I wish I had a mouse would make it a little easier. This here is a dog, well, dog, man, woman, and pups.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
See, there's 2 or 3 pups, and there are 4. And there she is. Yeah, you can see it. Not too bad. And this is a little Sasquatch hiding in his tree structure. It almost looks like a little humanoid here too. A little clearer. That's really tough to see. This is really tough to see, but this here, there's the Sasquatch right there, and he's probably 8 to 10 feet. And this here's the Sasquatch right here, and he's probably about 30 feet tall. He's a big one. But he's not the only one in that area that big. And there's another one over here. Get any bigger, if it get any clearer. Yeah, sorry guys, you almost have to look at the pictures on my phone. I mean, I'll get your emails if you guys want me to send you some pictures. I don't mind sharing it all. That's what these are for. That's why I get so many pictures, so I can share them. And if they don't want me sharing them, they take them out of my phone.
Yeah.
It's that simple. You know, there's no, pardon? They're better at using my phone than I am, trust me.
So let her talk.
Okay, all right, good. I don't know if you can see this one any better. Probably, no, you can't.
Yeah, you can see
Can
it. I
you?
can see it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first one I got a picture of. But even in this picture, there's always more than one. Always, always, always more than one. So, anyway, that's what I have to share today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice one here. Get to me, Rich Tom. Wow, 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 wow. We got so many questions.
Do you?
Yeah.
I have very little answers.
No, it's okay. Wow. Can we have another hand applause for please I asked them to present just a couple of days ago, and I want to just send a shout out to Judy Carroll, who couldn't make it this conference. And so Judy, if you're watching, we love you and we wish you healing prayers for your health and good days to come, and we hope to see you here next year. And I'll put tobacco down for you too as well in the fire. Judy Carroll is, she has connection out where she lives. Okay, I don't know what that means. You see it? Okay.
That's the first time I've seen a picture of that.
Yeah.
I'm glad
There.
there was more.
So let's take a little break. Let's take a little break, and did you guys get something to eat? Do you guys want to get something to eat? So, okay, let's take a little break, like 15-minute break, and then we'll come back in 15 minutes. And also, I want to just say something because Tom was saying, like, my spot. This is my spot. And it seems like every time we have an encounters with them, we always say, let's go to my spot, or let's go to Judy's spot, let's go, you know, and we all have this place where we go and connect with them. And of course, some of us, we can go anywhere, and they still come, because they were, when Tom, yeah, they're here. So, let's take a 15-minute break, because I need another coffee. So if you're watching online, we're going to take 15 minutes, so stay with us, and we'll be right back. Just to remind people, I have some water in a cooler and some muffins and some butter tarts there if you want a snack.
Did they guys,
I know you said. Thank you for your Nice to meet you finally. I see your pictures. I know you were. Okay, good, good. Yes, yes. Maybe just empty it outside. Eh? Yes. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thanks for waiting. We're going to start shortly in about 10-15 minutes. I know we're taking longer because we're going to ask they want to invite more people from another meeting here, so that's why we took our time today. We're in no rush. Thank you for you got time to grab a cup of coffee.
So I had this experience where I was
I wanted to share James's video that I missed, but my messenger is not showing up here. It shows up on my phone. I can't find it on the laptop. It's so weird. So the people who are watching, We're going to start a panel, so if you have questions, we'll monitor the screen and for questions. Just downstairs, they have a meeting here and they asked us to delay a bit. So I said, sure, we're here all day. We got all day. It's supposed to be scheduled for half a day, but we're okay. We'll be okay for staying a little bit longer than planned. Again, I'm going to try to send you the Zoom link. I'm going to do it right now.
No, actually, I went to the road on Airport and I saw them to sort of try to recreate it. No, it's very cool. You are. Yeah.
This is so weird. So again, if you're watching, I'm going to start the meeting at 12:10. I'm just looking for his email.
showing my picture.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna have some, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Do you want a coffee? There's a coffee
Okay,
there.
sure, black.
Yeah. No, I got double.
Okay, that's fine. I got black coffee.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Let's go edit this. Yeah, I'm just starting to try the Zoom, schedule a Zoom for again.
Who is that?
Pardon? My brother-in-law. Crazy guy. My brother-in-law is the one who gave me the Cree name for this event. Okay. Oh, where's mine? Oh, did I lose these guys? Yeah, Derek, I might need you here, sorry. All right, we're still live there, so Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get my Zoom. Oh my gosh, come on, why is it not easy? Okay, so again, I hope you got the link. You think all these years... Oh, there we go. Hey, so I sent a link to Gin, and we're going to start in about 10 minutes.
side and show up over
I
here.
know.
Your ghost or a Sasquatch.
Okay, so we're gonna have you call out some speakers. So where do I set the speakers? Do I set them on the stage?
I mean, I guess it depends how you want it to go, but we want it to be broadcast on the screen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably I can get some chairs up there.
Okay. I'll ask
many
him. Benji, Mike, Dee, Deborah, and I'll. Where are we? We're going to start the panel soon. And sorry, James, I don't have your, I don't have access to my messenger on the computer, so I can't even show you your video that you shared with me.
Hey, you guys want to hear vocals again? Hi. Hi. You guys want to hear some Sasquatch vocals?
You okay then?
Yeah, I was just going to play the vocals again
Yeah, sure.
while
Yeah,
people are.
coming in. That'd be awesome.
Hey, Judy. Judy, do you know how the speaker hook?
Oh, Tom knows now. I mean, Dan knows now.
Derek?
Derek.
Hey, Derek. Can you, the speakers aren't working on the...
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
It was just through this, through the headphone out here, but sometimes the output gets changed. Just through here. Where is it? Yesterday it took me forever to find this. I think it was naturally going through the headphone.
Off sound recorder? No, that's sound recorder.
Maybe settings.
Under settings.
Gosh. It's just. I think it was in here. Sound. Headphones. I think that should. Want that one? There you go.
My glasses, it's hard to see.
Oh, at the bottom. That's my card. Okay, Sasquatch friend. Okay, but what's your name? Okay, Michelle. Wait, we'll call him Sonic.
Ready?
Okay, let's do this.
What's that?
Let's do this.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
And just to fill in a
Yeah,
little bit of
thank
space
you,
there.
yeah.
Close that off.
Okay, can I get the panels, speakers up on the stage? We're gonna, if these guys don't mind. It's just that the viewers online can see us. And I'm gonna see if Gin's gonna come. We're on Zoom meeting. I'll give him a few minutes. Gin has his grandson, so I don't think he's gonna come online with us, so I'm just gonna close my window. He already told me he has his grandson watching him.
I guess turn that up.
So I have the panelists, the guest speakers. The guest speakers. That had joined us over the weekend. Where's Tom? Where's Tom? Where'd he go?
Judy, I'll close that door for you.
Okay. So I'm gonna, we got the Paranormal Rangers, Michelle Miners, Stanley Milford Jr., and Jonathan Stover, Mike Patterson, Charlotte Tiffany, Derek Martin, and Deborah Letch. That's gonna go and check for Tom. Tom was our speaker this morning. He was awesome, and he has like about 3,000 pictures of his interactions with the Ochiskicho, the Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Sabe, and him and again are partners, not partners, but they just met last week and they had like a good experience as well. I want to apologize to James Bross that I couldn't share his video that he sent me. So next time we'll share those. So sorry about that, James. And I want to give out a shout out to Judy Carroll again, who couldn't make it. She sent her apologies to me, and I invited her next year. So she's from Washington State, and she has her own interactions too with the Sabes in Washington. And so hopefully next year she'll be here for sure, Judy Carroll. So I'm going to open this up to questions that you may have with the panel. I know some people had questions earlier, and I wanted to know if you want to ask them now.
I wasn't here yesterday, so I'm not too familiar with what you guys presented yesterday, but I went to Tom, and I had a question for him. I was going to ask him, like, his interaction with the squash. Do they speak to him?
And I'm going to open that question to Mike.
I
Yeah.
didn't hear the full question.
She said, does Squatch speak to you? She wasn't here yesterday, so the question is, does Sasquatch speak to you?
Yes. I've recorded a lot of vocalizations, verbal. They've allowed me to record that, so I've had direct verbal communication. I think I had 9 consecutive visits back in 2015 where I was speaking directly with a younger male. And, you know, their mind speak ability is strong, although there's no conversation. You know, they do voice in our minds sometimes, very loud and clear. And there's written communication developed too, so they know our language.
Just a comment here. I was with my sister Judy here in Oshawa last weekend, and she was telling us that Squatch was there, and you could call her, and that her know that they were there.
Yeah.
I wanted to share, I'm so intrigued and so honored and so proud of being who we are and our connection to Bigfoot, yeah.
Yeah, last week we went to Oshawa, and I was seeing tracks and all that stuff, and I could spot them anywhere.
Judy,
Yeah.
can I respond?
Sorry.
I have a question. Was that response, was it telepathically or was it verbally or?
It was verbally.
It was.
Yeah, there's in my name like Judy. They stretched the D, the Judy. Like, I can't imitate their voice, but they do have their own language. I want to say that word. They do have their own language. And Alice and Victor, her husband Victor, when we went blueberry picking a couple of years ago, we heard them. I seen them in the pine tree, and then and I took a video of their steps, and I asked them to protect us because we're out in the bush. And I was looking at these two, and how come I'm not the only one hearing this? And it was different language. I can't even imitate them or even try to attempt to imitate them because their vocal cords are way different than ours. Yeah. So that was really nice. Hopefully one day I'll record them because I introduced my camera to them, so they're open to pictures. You got a question, or someone here has a question?
Thanks. Hi. So they seem to be very elusive creatures, and I've heard that they can possibly shapeshift or come like in and out of dimensions. Do you know if that's true, or have you ever seen any of those phenomena?
Thank you. Does anyone want to answer that?
I'd like to respond
Yeah.
to that. So Jonathan Dover and I worked as Navajo Rangers for me it was 23 years, and then John another 30 years as a commissioned law enforcement officer on the Navajo Reservation in the United States. That reservation was 27,000 square miles. So really the Bigfoot or Sasquatch type of cases really or what initiated us beginning to investigate what would be termed as the paranormal. So when we would get into these Bigfoot cases, we would know that a person would report this to the dispatch. And as you got into the investigation, it would go one of two ways at an intersection. It would go either to the traditional Bigfoot type of case, or it would go to the other side of witchcraft and shape-shifting and that kind of thing. Over the years, John and I looked at the different evidence and phenomena with these Bigfoot cases, and we would have a set of Bigfoot tracks that would start at one point and sometimes go out over miles, to another point. When you investigated that case and you looked at the corridor along where these tracks were, there would be no outside disturbance. Yet they would start at one point and then end at another point. And John and I began to look at this and surmise that these things are coming into our physical world at some point, and then at another point they leave our physical world. And so, and the other factor is that John and I lived out in the woods at times on that reservation and other places too. And you could, with the mountain lions, bobcats, wolves, and these kind of things, all of the birds of prey, you could go out there, you could find where this animal has its nesting location or where it beds down. You're going to find where this thing travels during the day to get water, to eat, where it poops, all of these kind of things. You'll find evidence of that. Yet, what we see in our cases is that, yes, you might have an incident where in a Bigfoot case that these things would bed down, but it's not like a permanent type of, like we have residents where we go, where we bed down at night, sleep. That's very common. But these things, we didn't find that with the evidence that we see. So we had other cases where one big case that I investigated was a haunting case, where you had coins that would materialize out of thin air and fall on the floor. These were U.S. denomination coins, quarters, nickels, dimes, and pennies. And I witnessed at least 10 times during the 2-day investigation where coins would fall just out of thin air and fall on the floor, or sometimes they would come from the top of the room and hit us. And so for 2 days, a total of 66 coins. And modern science would say, that's not possible based on our physics and knowledge of science. It can't happen, but I know that it can happen because I witnessed it myself. And so that opened my eyes to the idea that there are other dimensions. Those coins had to come into our physical world from some other location, so we began looking at things like Bigfoot and UFOs and even the witchcraft stuff. These things are manipulating dimension, going in and out. Let's say with the witchcraft, these people that practice shape-shifting and stuff can physically go into another dimension, travel great distances like that, and then come out of another location. So But that's kind of long version of that. That's kind of the thinking in there as far as the dimension and these Bigfoot.
Mike, want to share more on that?
I've also been witness to that, but the marbles, I've actually had them drop right in my hand out of thin air. I was allowed to witness an incident of one being pushed into this dimension from another dimension. They did it slowly, hopped through, it looked like a little wormhole. It dropped to the floor. I was running audio recorder outside, the window was open, so it captured my reaction, and you hear the marble hit the floor too. And I've also been documenting a family since 2012. We like the winter time because they give us prints all the time, so I've documented many prints that basically appeared in real time. They weren't there 1 second and then suddenly they're there. And they choose to leave their footprints so they can interact in this dimension from another dimension. I've had physical contact so many times at this point, pats in the head and that, so it shows that they can interact with this dimension from another dimension. They are flesh and blood beings though, because we do have clear photos of them. Not the full body, but they're flesh and blood beings. They basically mastered energy and consciousness. They understand the fabric of reality a lot more than we do as humans.
I would like to add one other thing is that one thing that I found really, really interesting is that these different types of entity can react to something that we might ask, a question or something like that, instantaneously. And I heard somebody say that there's energies that may already know ahead of time what it is that you're thinking or what you're going to ask. Like I said, numerous times I've had these responses just instantly, less than a second or something. And so I find that very, very interesting. The other thing I find interesting is that for you and I, we have a brain, we have a cerebral cortex. In order for us to formulate a thought and then verbalize that, and with our vocal cords, with the haunting cases, how does that happen? Because a spirit doesn't have an actual physical brain. It doesn't have that. Yet there's some type of thought process that's going on. The other thing is with the digital, what they call EVP, electronic voice phenomenon. How are those vocal sounds happening when you don't have a larynx or a voice box and that kind of thing? I find these things so interesting. So
I want to validate also what Stan said with their response time. I've been sitting in a chair and got an image of a marble dropping into my hands, and I don't even think it was instantaneous. It was almost like they knew my thought before it even reached my conscious mind. That's how fast their response is. And I've witnessed this many, many times at this point.
Michelle, do you want to add to that?
Well, it's really interesting. When I started on Skinwalker Ranch, I was so unfamiliar with the area of the basin, and when I went into one of the ranch washrooms, which had the washer and dryer in it, and the floor started to warp like this. And we're like, me and the ranch manager, she goes, I have never seen this happen. So it started to warp, and I felt like I was on, riding a surfboard. I'll never forget this smell. It was the worst smell I ever had ever smelled in my entire life. I mean, it was rancid. It was a cross between a skunk, urine. I mean, it was just bad. And the lady said to me as we were having this little comment of surfing together, she said that is the smell of a Bigfoot. And I go, how can that be? There's no physical evidence of him even being there. And I didn't get in my mind, and I didn't know at that time that this was an interdimensional being. And so apparently she said at night the being would come, that's how she said, and he would leave, kind of make a marker of his scent. And so that's the other aspect of, a Sasquatch, that I'll never forget that. And I didn't even know that entity was around. And I say entity because, unless you guys just act like they're your normal friends, just watch. I've learned some things this weekend. In the U.S., we do not, we want to make the discovery, but we don't look at them as our friends. And being here this weekend, I have come to accept that they're here as friends. And when I had my encounter up in the Uinta Basin with Luna, I was asked to come sit with her and her family. And of course, that innate fear, like, really? You're not familiar? And the people here today and speakers and their presentations of having a personal relationship with these, I guess, another plant, has really inspired me to be more open and to not be afraid. And, there was a comment by Tom down there. He said, it's all about love. They're wanting to love us and embrace us and be generous with who they are and help mankind. And so I have a different perspective than, what other people have said in the base of fear. That's my comment.
I would like to make another comment, and that I think in a lot of situations, it depends on your intent, what's in your heart when you go into the situation. John and I often tell people, they ask us about smudging or blessing and that kind of thing. And so you get some people that they'll go online on YouTube and they'll see about smudging and they think, well, I'm going to do that, But the thing is, how John and I do that, we've looked at our culture, we've looked at our ancestors and the peoples and what they used in order to protect themselves and in order to clear the negative space in and around them. But the critical thing in that, when you smudge, is the intent in your mind ahead of time. You have a positive mindset. You're praying in your mind to your higher power, your creator, that you're cleansing this area, that you're removing the negative energy, and you're allowing, like with cedar or sage and these different things, even sweetgrass, these things, even incense, has a property to that smoke that removes the negative ions. So there's science behind that. You've seen these pictures of the Catholic priests that walk down the aisles in the church and they're swinging, this urn, this dispelling smoke. Well, what is he doing there? He's clearing the negative energy from that space. And most cultures, if you go back and look at in the cultures around the globe, people will have a way of dispelling that negative energy. And it's critical. Let's say in your home you're having spirit activity that's negative. Maybe you move into a new home and there's negative energy in there. It's critical for you to go in, and that's your space now as a living being, living person. And how we vocalize. Sometimes we have to be very firm in saying, this is my space now. You're no longer welcome. You're no longer meant to be here. You need to go where you are supposed to be. So sometimes the intent is critical in that.
Does anyone else want to, Jonathan, do you want to add?
These things we're finding out more and more. A lot of scientists, they look at science, hard evidence. We're trying to come out with this idea that there has to be science and spirituality put together. And it's necessary for these things to actually continue and to work the way they should. If you subtract the spirituality from it, it lacks any meaning. And that's why Native Americans are so important now, because even though a lot of that has been essentially, they tried to take it away from us, we still have it. We were born with it. And that is still operating within us, whether we choose to recognize it or not. And I come over here and I see wonderful, wonderful souls that spirit still lives there. And it makes me happy because there are other places in the United States that that's not true anymore. And so it's coming here, it's like a breath of fresh air.
I'll say one thing. I have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. They're both girls. And they've seen things in their bedrooms, as most little kids do, right? I think a lot of parents don't take that seriously. And certainly my wife has said there's no such thing as monsters. And, but I didn't disagree with my wife. I just said, but if there were monsters, they don't like, let's say cameras. So I put a webcam in my daughter's room, and where she saw them, and I said, they also don't like the cross, so you guys have your crosses, you can have those in your rooms. And they, even if you're still scared, if you still see something, all you have to do is imagine like that you're inside of a golden orb of light. And you can't see it in real life, but it's really there when you imagine that it is, and that will protect you. And all their fear at night went away. They're okay sleeping in their own rooms. And I didn't have to say there's no such thing as monsters. I just had to say they can't get you if you don't want them to. So.
When my kids, I have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. When they were growing up, they saw shadow people in the house all the time. And they'd come running to me and say, there's shadow people. Finally, I asked them, I says, have they ever hurt you? No. So I told them, don't worry about it then. They're just there. And ever since then, they've seen shadow people all their lives. Some, they've even actually been able to see the person in detail. And they don't fear it. A great man once said, can you look at a situation without naming it? Naming it, making it a word, causes fear. So me and Stan, as a regular part of our jobs, don't name situations, we just do the business that we have to do. And in law enforcement, that can be very dangerous. But we don't fear. And that's what we tell people is don't fear, don't name it. Don't give it a name and create that fear within yourself. Because sometimes our interpretations are wrong. So you just accept it for what it is. And my kids today, they carry that legacy on. They don't fear these things. And they still see them.
The thing is, with, like, let's say the haunting cases, there's sometimes you are dealing
with negative energy. You're dealing with a haunting that has a negative human spirit, or sometimes what people refer to as something demonic or negative will actually try to feed upon that energy that you expel, especially if you're jumping and yelling or running and that kind of thing. It'll feed upon that kind of thing, that kind of behavior. It'll pull that energy from you. So we learn you don't give it that. You don't give it that energy. You don't allow it to feed upon your energy.
Charlotte, you want to share about that? Charlotte has the Wendigo staff and on Charlotte speak.
Any kinawaya sabanang busy ko guys. Spirituality with the sabe. It does belong within the 7 teachings, and within the 7 teachings it holds the spot of the 3rd. It holds the teaching of honesty, and with the spirit, and why it holds the teaching of honesty is because of the big spirit that it has. But with that, it also has, from what I was taught and what I know is that it is magic. It has portals, it disappears, reappears, and it was all meant for that person to see it, regardless if it, just to get off onto the spiritual side, with entities and with the negatives along with the positives. We were all meant to see, regardless if it is positive or negative, because we have our spiritual helpers that protect us and keep us in here, but also for them, the good, to teach us about the good, they have to show us the bad, because only light is made from darkness. And the same thing with the 7 teachings and how it all fits in. With the star, with the 8-pointed star, is the perfect thing that I also follow, is that within the 8-pointed star there lies the seven teachings. And then the last point of that star represents the elders and the teachings of the ancestors. So all of that with the teachings, and we're very blessed. And if you have that chance and the ability to see the entities and to see, remember, it's a gift. It's a gift that we need to share. And it's a gift that was given to each of everyone who has that sight, regardless if it's in dream or if it's in, I don't know, vision, or if it's just a friend talking to you. But English.
Tom, do you want to share that? Sure. Did you get a question?
Well, I don't know, to me, seeing this is just me the way I think. I'm sorry. But yeah, I personally believe this is all spiritual. I think science has absolutely nothing to do with it. Because as soon as you try to think logically about this, it goes right over the window. Because there is no logic to it, because you don't know what you're dealing with. Right? So how can there be logic in unknowing? That's what I mean. Anyways, that's all I have to say.
Okay. So my name is Judy, and I paint these experiences, my interactions with them. And when you mentioned about that, this painting here, and like Stan was saying, it's the intent. So my younger sister, she had a loss. She lost her son, and I just want to say hi, Jen. I know you're watching, and I'm talking about her painting right now. And the message for me was to take her out, put her to baptize for her healing, because she lost her son at the time. And when we went out, we saw the shapeshifter. I saw the wolf, him. He was half solid and half in that dimension. So that's why I painted him like a blur like this, and the solid part here. And I saw the deer. It was a white-tailed deer, and when I saw the deer, I saw the butt end of the deer. So I asked my sister, "What did you see?" She said she saw him and the deer, but she saw the side view of the deer. So I asked her, "I'm going to paint the side view of the deer because I didn't want to draw like paint the white-tailed, So and that's why I had the wolf, the shapeshifter, and it happened so fast. It happened like a second. Of course, me and my sister, we looked at each other and we go, ah, and we started running towards it. Because we were so honored and so blessed to see that. And so when we got to the spot where it happened, this is what I saw. This is the second picture of it. The wolf's track, one of each. The wolf track, the Bigfoot track, and the deer track. So and then after this, I painted this. I go, something's missing in it. Oh yeah, me and Jen. So it was me and my sister Jen. And of course, when you look at this picture, there's other signs of him. And my last name means shapeshifter. Saki means shapeshifter. That came from a message from my great-grandfather. When I asked, I know Saki is a Cree word. What does it mean? It means a shapeshifter. It means the rabbit going in the rabbit hole. You can come in. Rabbit going in the rabbit hole. Learning, what did you learn in the rabbit hole? A whole bunch of stuff, right? A whole bunch of magical or teachings. And then it comes out as a hawk, a teal hawk. So that's how he shapeshifted. And this one I call the shapeshifter because this is exactly what we saw. And you got one of the world famous artists beside you, and you've known me for a long time, and I don't paint. Hey Joseph, I don't paint. I just started painting when I had the interactions with them. And for me, their message is to share, their message is to return to our teachings because they are our teachings for healing. They have different responsibilities of healing, bringing medicines, bringing naming ceremonies, and all kinds of healing. I do a lot of ceremonies, and I do see them in spiritual to do the healing work, who needs to be healed. So yeah, so that's how they come in. You talked about smells earlier. Where's my paper? One of the participants asked about the smell. So one of the questions is, what's the difference between a bear smell and a Bigfoot smell?
Well, I will.
Okay.
I'll add a comment that
With a lot of these different types of phenomena, you're going to experience different types of odors. You're going to experience different things that you see. Orbs were brought up, earlier in the presentation about orbs. You'll see a lot of different types of orbs with a lot of different types of phenomena. You'll see orbs that are related to the UFO phenomenon. You'll experience orbs related to haunting cases. You'll experience orbs related to Bigfoot activity. A lot of different things, even the witchcraft and the shape-shifting kind of thing. You'll experience different types of orbs. Some of them will take on different shapes, different sizes, different colors, and so you'll experience the different things. As far as the smells, I have experienced I worked in an office space that was haunted, and where I worked was downstairs, and there was only one other person that worked down there. And one of the phenomena regarding smells that I would experience ever so often, I would be sitting at my desk writing reports, typing out a report, and all of a sudden I'm engulfed in the smell. It's a very distinct smell of marshmallow. When you open up a bag of marshmallows, it has that distinct confectionery, sugary smell, but it's very unique to a marshmallow. It's different from other type of sweets and stuff. But it would just be, overwhelming where I was at, and I would get up and I would look go upstairs and other places to see if there was some other source of that smell, but you wouldn't find it. And it may last only like 15 minutes, and then it would be gone. I've experienced several times the Bigfoot smell. And for me, it's a combination like what Michelle described. Predominantly, a lot is like wet dog. Like when you have a big dog that's very shaggy and it's wet, that odor combined with sometimes a sewage type of smell, you know. And then in one of the experiences I had witnessed what people term a gray alien, a small gray alien. One time I had an experience, and I don't know if you guys seen this card, but I have a book that's coming out in October. In there, I described an experience that I had where I was awakened, and some of you heard about sleep paralysis. I was in that state of sleep paralysis. Somehow, my bedroom, I have a system of lights that runs around the edge of the room, and that was turned on, and which was unusual. But when I woke up in that sleep paralysis, I couldn't move except for my eyes. I knew that I was conscious because I could see all of the detail around my room, the things on the shelves and the curtains and everything, guitars I had that lined my bedroom, and then all of a sudden I see at the foot of my bed this gray alien standing there watching me. And when that happened, I experienced a very, very, to me, I would have to describe it as a foul odor because it smelled like a cross between petroleum kind of smelling and also that foul smell almost with something decayed or dead. John and I, in our career in law enforcement, we smelled, you know, where we've had homicides and the body's been there. We've smelled where a body is burned, you know, in a fire, and all of these things that we recognize. But I've experienced that several times with the Bigfoot. Sometimes there will be a common scent that's within, you know, very complex scent, you know.
My experience with the smells, so the family Sasquatch, I've been interacting with the young male, his name's Yan, and he, it's like he's utilizing us to practice his skills. So I've learned that they create different smells, they can recreate smells, and they turn them off and on like a light switch, and they can direct them to an individual. This is my experience from doing this. And I learned that they can also do the same with sounds. There was one visit where we pulled up on a snowmobile. There was nobody else around. Property owner killed the engine, and it was just seconds later we hear two revs from a snowmobile engine with no motor running close by. There was nothing there. So I've also had telepathic wood knocks on multiple occasions. So it's like they can recreate and create with both smells and scents.
One thing is that if you look at the human body, you know, we have people like in India, these yogis that can control their physical body, where they can reduce their breathing till they're clinically dead. They can be put into an enclosed case, not even, you know, from what we can tell with science, physically breathing, but they're still alive. Yet they can control their mind, body, and their spirit on such an extreme level to endure pain, you know, extreme pains as nothing. I think we all as a human race, we have all of those abilities. It's just over time we've lost connection with like what we're trying to share here today about this knowledge of Sasquatch and these different types of what would be termed paranormal supernatural phenomena. We're trying to enlighten ourselves to these things that were known by the ancients I think the technology was far more advanced long ago than even what we have today. Yeah, we have the cell phones and this kind of stuff today, but that's nothing compared, I think, to what was in the past.
You know, smell is a memory, and smell, if you smell something and associated an event to it, it conjures up that particular event that happened in your life. What was really interesting in my presentation, which because for time's sake could not present, was we were out with 11 of us were out on the ranch. And we decided, and a lot of us had psychic abilities, intuitives, whatever you want to name that. We drive out to the second homestead, we call it the Book Club, so the second hill, and we saw it light up. Anytime it lit up, we knew that we're going to have an event occur. So we go out, we had night goggle vision glasses. I put them on, and we always started out with a prayer. So we put our hands on the dirt of that hill, and we gave a local prayer. Mind you, not all of us were Native American, we just did the Christian prayer. All of a sudden, I smell this sulfur kind of odor, and someone said to me, anytime you smell a sulfur odor, the ghost will appear. And guess what? A ghost appeared. And it was a happy night because this ghost came out like, I'm not kidding you, like this. So it brought the feeling of happiness and celebration and joy, so we kind of did this little dance with it. But I'll never forget that smell. So the event, when I smell sulfur now, as you know, that occurs in natural waters and hot springs. I'll think about that night of the ghost. And some of this can be a pleasant experience. So smell is very significant to our experiences sometimes.
I think in modern times we're taught as little children to fear everything. We have Halloween, we have these horror movies, and we're taught to be afraid of everything. Yet, I think as a human race, a lot of these phenomena existed long before man walked on this planet. I think it was already there. Look at the pictographs and petroglyphs and things like that suggest that these things were going on a long, long, long time ago. And that for modern man, instead of it being paranormal, a lot of these phenomena are actually very normal. They are part of our world, part of our universe. So really using the word paranormal isn't very accurate. It's very normal to the world we've inherited.
And some people, if you smell sulfur, you might associate that with demonic activity. People tend to resort right to that. I associate it with a troublemaking young Sasquatch guy who's, putting smells up my nose. So it kind of comes down to personal experience, really.
I personally, I don't smell them. They don't, I don't know what's the meaning, we still don't know some stuff that we ask questions for the smell and stuff. The last time I smelled them was maybe like 10 years ago when I was with my nephew, and I told him, Bigfoot was out here, and we were driving up in the bush, and he's like, it was like early spring, end of winter sort of thing, and it was getting warm up Cochrane there. I guess the winters are longer. So anyway, we were driving there, and then all of a sudden we smelled this smell because he questioned. He said, "Auntie, there's no Bigfoot around here." And that smell came in, and I go, "What do you think that is?" It must be a bear. And it's too early for bears. And we only smelled it that 1 second. It was just so crazy. it was fun because that answered his question. So hopefully that helps you understand the shape-shifting and the ability of them going in and out. Because you can. Yeah, feel free. And another thing about a message that came through for me a couple years ago, well maybe 2 years ago, that they told me science and spirituality will work together one day. And I wasn't a science person, you know, like science needs all this kind of stuff. And then I said, really? Science and spirituality is going to work together? So now I'm seeing a different view of scientific perspective, that we will work together. And I hope I'll have this person coming next year to speak about that science part of it. So you have another question?
Yeah. So I was reading that 5-10 years, Stanley?
Yes.
Okay. So on there, it had also stuff about Skinwalker Ranch. You mentioned that as well. And it said, so I have like 2 questions. One is about the cattle mutilations, and just like I don't know, it said you've seen those, so like I don't know, the surgical precision, like what's going on there? Did you see those things? And the whistling at night. What is that? You're not supposed to whistle at night. Why not?
I think one of the things with me, one of the earliest cases I investigated as a young ranger was
a case where there was an elderly couple who had 26 sheep in their sheep corral. They woke up to all of their sheep in their sheep corral dead. And each one of them was slit from the throat all the way down to the groins. And on the Navajo livestock, that's their livelihood. So this elderly couple was traumatized. Their daughter, who was in her maybe 40s, was also very upset. And how that came about was that they had contacted the dispatcher. They had dispatched out a veterinarian to that location to take a look at the scene. And he was blown away by it because in what he was seeing, he had never seen that before. If it had been a predatory kill, you would have had entrails and blood and all of that mess within the corral, and you didn't have that. You just had all 26 sheep dead. It was the incision from the neck to the groin, to that kind of precision, and seeing that was just kind of mind-blowing. Because I've assisted my great-grandparents and grandparents when they would shear sheep, and I know how tough it is to be able to cut through the wool and that kind of thing. And whatever this was just very, very precise, and each one of them was cut in the exact same way. And it was odd that during the night, overnight, when this happened, the sheepdogs, that morning, they wouldn't go anywhere near the corral. The sheepdogs that usually sleep in the sheep corral with the sheep, they wouldn't go anywhere near the corral. And for them not to have made some type of ruckus or something during the night, fighting and biting and all of that, trying to defend the sheep, was very, very odd because they reported no sounds in the middle of the night. And typically, people that have livestock like that, if they hear a dog barking, they're out there with a .22 rifle, immediately, to find out what's going on, either stray dog or a coyote or this kind of thing. And that didn't happen. And it was just, and there again, we talk about odors, that there was a very, very strong petroleum scented odor that was associated to that corral. It was very odd, very sickening. smell. So,
In regards to Skinwalker, there was a time that mutilation was at its highest point during the Bigelow era. What was interesting, talking with Junior Hicks, he was first on scene when they called the veterinarian. A local veterinarian had come over, and the precision that he talked about with the instrumentation, he takes a very precise instrumentation to do that kind of procedure. What was missing were the entrails of the bottom, and I think it was the heart area. And it seemed to have a pattern of that anytime the mutilations were going on. Well, NASA took an interest in that, and so there are pads up above. This is off record. Kind of, it'd have to be, but you're on the video here. Would come in and bring their equipment to investigate. Now, there have been rumors that possibly the lasers were being used in the area and pinpointing a precise precision area, hit the animal kind of thing. George Knapp came in and spent the day with us, and he took me aside and he goes to Homestead 2, where a lot of the activities occurred. And he says, Michelle, just over here, right in the field over here, there was a dog, and it was burnt, completely gone. The dog had disappeared, but its charcoal mark resided in that one area. So that was considered a different type of mutilation. And we believe, they believe that at times if you go on that cliff, and it's been written in the book, that a beam would come through. It would light up, and then a beam, and there was entities that walked out of that field of light. That is written in the book, and it's really interesting because they think that's maybe what happened to that dog. He got caught up in their light or something got there, But it's, everything is speculatory, I have gotten calls from individuals in the Uinta Basin. It says, hey, my sheep got mutilated just up the canyon going up to Blind Frog Ranch. There was a home of baby sheep. They were just mysteriously dying. There were no markings, but they just fell over and died during the night, which is another phenomena in itself. So those kind of occurrences, there was a time that it was being reported across the West, different Colorado, Wyoming, these were occurrences. So in my mind, in my opinion, I think it's some sort of technology that they were messing with.
Somebody has a question.
Yeah.
Tammy has a question as well.
Yeah, the second part of your question was about whistling. And we'll address that now. We don't like the 7 doors. No, I'm just kidding. It is said that skinwalkers, and we're talking about the Navajo skinwalker, that they use whistling at night to communicate with each other. And if you're out there, most Navajos, they go to bed when the sun goes down. They don't go out. They don't go partying and meet with friends and, have a good time. They're in bed because they have to be up in the morning before the sun comes up, and they take their tatagin, their corn pollen, and they greet the morning sun as it starts to rise, and they say their prayers in the doorway of their koga facing east. And so they say that if you're at night and you for some reason you're having a reason to be outside, that if you start whistling, you're attracting those entities toward you. And in that culture, you do not want to attract anything. So they teach you as a young child, keep your mouth shut. Don't say anything. If you need to go take care of business in the middle of the night, take care of it and get back inside.
traditionally, Navajos won't talk about certain subjects at certain times of the year. And even Jonathan and I,
We won't even say the word SW fully at nighttime or at times because we feel, again, the dimensions. Some of these things are existing in other dimensions and they're within our space. They can hear what we're talking about. And by saying those kind of words, you're attracting that attention, to yourself. So words are very, very, very powerful. When we get out of the bed in the morning, if how we talk to those people around us, our relatives and people we meet, if we say something negative, something harmful, we know that. We don't need a book or a Bible or these kind of things to tell us that that's wrong. We, in our gut and in our heart, know that those words are powerful and can hurt others. So we need to be very cautious about how we treat each other, show respect toward our fellow man, regardless of where they come from, regardless of what their faith is and what their belief system is. We need to today learn to respect each other much more than what we do. We don't need war.
Here, let me say something about the whistling. Okay.
Annie, I'm Ojibwe. I'm a First Nation person, and I grew up with my grandmother. And we had to be inside the house before dawn. It was a rule. Negatives come, and we weren't allowed to whistle because we were calling a negative. And it was very terrifying because the negative will answer you. And if the negative answers you, then it just proves that it's there. So it was a fearful thing for me. And so it's something that we just never did. We never questioned our elders. It was something, if the elder was going to tell you why, then you deserve that. I was brought up very, with my grandmother, you do not ask questions. You just do what you're told, is basically. And that was a form of respect. It wasn't a form of them trying to hold something against me or from me. It was just, you do not whistle at night. And
these traditions, they're still alive today. They're still there. Jonathan and I were at the Gallup flea market in Gallup, Mexico recently. They have a large flea market there that's predominantly native tribes. People there are selling crafts, selling medicine, foods, and we were walking there and we were getting a bite to eat, and there was this grandmother in front of us, and there was a young person that was in front of her. You could tell he had been drinking, and his mannerisms, how he came in there and barged in, and the grandmother, she put him in his place. We were just laughing because she really scolded him and about his drinking and that kind of thing, and he left immediately. But yeah, today, just like what she said, there with indigenous peoples, with native peoples, First Nations peoples, you respect your elders and you don't talk back. The traditions and even like the taboos are meant to keep us safe. Like with the Navajos have taboos about snakes, even though it is a part of their culture. But the average Navajo is very, very fearful of snakes. You have the Hopi tribe that's within the Navajo reservation. They have their own reservation. That's a predominant part of their culture, is snakes. They handle snakes and in their ceremonies and these kind of things. But what we assume, me and John have talked about this a long time, the fear of snakes is that long time ago, in the 1800s, or even before that, a person encountering a rattlesnake, if you were to be bitten, that could end up being a fatal encounter. you could end up losing your life. So I think a long time ago, you know, you didn't have the Indian Health Service hospitals in every community at that time. So it could be life-threatening. And that's rooted in a lot of these taboos and traditional teachings, just like what she said. If you're indoors, if you're like with the Navajo, if you're in the hogan and the door's closed and locked at night, whatever's going on outside, you know, with the witchcraft and these kind of things, then that's outside there, and that won't affect you if you're in the home and that kind of thing.
I do have a question for Debbie. Debbie spoke about the area that she lives in. Debbie, could you elaborate on the little people?
My heart skipped a beat. Okay, here we go. Bubba and Jeannie, the little people, have been a part of my life for quite some time. My husband can attest to it because they really like to bother him in the spring and fall, because that's when they're the most active. They like to hide his glasses and his wallet and his phone. But you're used to it now, right, hon?
Pretty much, yeah. And it's just whatever I need to find in the moment. Imagine he disappears for a while.
Yeah.
And then he comes back to the exact same spot he should have been.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you just gotta let it go.
Yep.
I was also going to say, Judy was doing a full moon ceremony, and we had a secret fire over Zoom, and we were talking about the little people, the spirit, like fairies, gnomes, that sort of thing. And Judy actually saw a white orb. Was it a white orb or just a fairy? It was a fairy, right? I was so pleased to hear that it wasn't just me seeing those things. But are you talking about my Bigfoot and my yard? That's what you're talking about, not the little people too. Yeah. For the little people, my husband and I and my son, we leave sour candy keys because they seem to really like that. It's just like a little treat for them, you know, because they are very playful, but you don't want to make them upset because you'll know when you make them upset. Because your electronics start messing up, your things that go missing don't come back at all. Also, I wanted to say, for the Bigfoot that I connect with, was a couple of years ago in my green space, and I briefly saw him. He was gray colored, and I always believed, but I had never physically seen. And he was hiding behind a tree, and he just kind of looked at me, and I was like, did I just see what I think I just saw? And it freaked me out. So I didn't go back to my area for 2 years. And then Judy likes to make me do things I'm uncomfortable with, which is a good thing, by the way. Judy brought me out. She's like, we're going in, we're going to go see what's going on. And I was like, fine. We went out, I showed her where I saw him, and then she went to go look at the tree that he had watched me, and it was a marker tree. It's called a marker tree, right? And it's like a sacred tree. It's a special tree. And so now I'm not able to go in. I actually been in a few times to harvest turkey tail. I think they were also showing me, because I have a strong interest in natural medicines, and Judy has been teaching me as well. So I go in there as often as I can. I usually do leaf blueberries. And you know, I don't know if it's even their berries, but I'd like to think that they are accepting it. Or whoever was. Sharing is berries.
I think in all indigenous cultures, you'll have a description of little people. Whether it's a Hopi or the Irish, they have stories. And John and I traveled to Scotland one time.
And so the similarities, even across the globe, is going to be very similar. Same with the Sasquatch thing. You know, you have the Yetis, you have Sasquatch, you have the Swamp Apes, the Bigfoot, the Yowie, all of these descriptions of almost the same type of creature or being. One thing that I have come to this idea to follow is that when you look at the description of a Bigfoot, a lot of times these things are described as being very robust as far as like 8 foot tall, covered in hair, they'll be very brawny, they're leaving these huge tracks as they traverse our planet. A lot of times we've seen a correlation between people witnessing a Bigfoot and also seeing UFOs and orbs and stuff. What if, and this is just what if, that I've been thinking, what if these extraterrestrials are putting the Bigfoot here on our planet for the purpose of gathering information? Kind of almost like a avatar. Because if you put a Bigfoot down on this planet, no matter where you put them, whether it's in the Arctic or down in the swamps in Florida, physically they can endure whatever that environment entails, whether it's cold or hot, or plus they're big enough that if they got into a confrontation even with a grizzly bear, they could probably survive that encounter without succumbing to it. If it was a great alien that's here on our planet, I know in Arizona, even like right now, the temperature will drop in the middle of the night. And these things could succumb even to those low temperatures. They might freeze. Where if you were to put a Bigfoot out there, these things are built like a tank, and they can survive pretty much anything. So that's one of the ideas that
You know, it's really interesting. About 2 years ago, a crew and myself, we were looking into doing a sizzle reel for a new show called The Giants. That's probably still moving forward, but what was interesting, we all hiked up in the Uinta Basin, and it's very high up altitude. And we got to almost the very top, but only one of us made it because we all had COVID. And it was showing up in our lung capacity, so we couldn't climb up. Plus the storm was coming in really fast. So one of the guys who was more robust than the rest of us, we're all hacking and coughing, and please give me my albuterol. And because I cannot breathe, and so the oxygen levels. But it was really interesting when he had gotten to the top, we found out that there was a Viking civilization, but there was no encampment, according to the gentleman who made it to me. He had an archaeological background. What was really interesting about that event is we started climbing down, and we had heard that the Vikings also had their own ships, and they weren't necessarily the kind that you sail in. It was a settlement that they worked with the giants. And it's reported, and I have photos of giant skulls, that are located in the Uinta Basin. But they started talking about the Sasquatch, and the Bigfoot is what we call it. What was really interesting theory that was brought out by James Keenan, he's also on History of Blank Rock, was he said that there's a possibility that the Bigfoot and the Vikings were working together, and that they were both interdimensional. They had acquired this skill, this technology, and that I think in a conversation I had with Tom and Mike, they have the same thinking, that they are working in conjunction with some species of the alien race and assisting as ground crew like we have in military ground to go run the ops for the aliens. And I thought that was a really, really great description of how we, you know, have guardians. And I mean, that's a little out there because a lot of people can't get their head around that, but I thought that was a great description of species helping species and makes sense about the correlations to the orbs, the energy, to everybody working in correlation. And we may not be able to see it with our own eyes, but that's just kind of an opinion there. Anybody?
I'll go to the next question.
Yeah.
Does anybody have Tammy? Tammy, you have a question. Hello?
Yeah, I'm going to take this back 15 minutes ago, so it's going to not be quite what you're talking about. As an animal communicator and an animal Reiki master, you mentioned the animals that disappear through being merged or whatever. Has anybody ever communicated with the animals in spirit to ask them what they've experienced?
On the ranch, you mean? No.
Yeah, like that would be interesting to me because I communicate with animals in spirit. And that would be interesting to see. There are other animal communicators down in the States. I'm not saying call me and do this because I don't really want to, but I was wondering if you ever considered that as a possibility to find out what those animals experienced.
Well, you know, there are other animals. There were two dogs on the ranch that would, this is really kind of interesting, that you would say that we would be with the dogs and we'd be doing our parameter checks. We'd have Ruka, I think that was her name. She would be standing by me. And there was another dog that was her partner. And they would kind of go running. You know, you can see dogs when they're running in the distance, or you can spot where they are because they kind of weave back and forth. What was really interesting, I don't know how they do this, but we go from one side to the next and the dog would be there. And we're like, well, how did you do that? So we feel like they were going through vortexes. Now this sounds a little bizarre, you know, and it's, you know, so we would find these dogs pinpointing and going places. And I'll never forget this one time, we came to Home Situ, had a lot of activity, and Ruka, I think, sensed something. We were coming in our ATVs and would not let, just stood in the road and just growled at us. And we're like, Ruka, move out of the way. Move, very gentle dog, and just growled and growled and growled, and just to the point it was circling the vehicle and just started getting, you know, aggressive and nasty. We're like, okay. Well, it was a warning. That was a warning, a sixth sense. But every time we try to find, William's the other dog too. William, we swear we go through a vortex because he was always there. Like, where did he go? And then the next thing you know, there's William right there, right next to you. It's like, and we saw that a couple of times. That was really strange to us, you know.
One thing that I do know that I've come to realize is that all animals have a spirit, and all animals have a personality, much like humans have different personalities. Whether it's a cat or dog or other animals, they do have a personality. And I find it hard when I see cases where animals have been abused and this kind of thing, because animals have feelings just like we do. And not only that, there is video where you can actually see, just like you can see these images of spirits caught on film, you can see spirits of animals also caught on film too. So.
That's true. And even my little dog, well, my kids had a little dog, this was doing, and my friend Joanna, she confirmed with me that that little dog is with my big brother. And they go over and so it's really nice.
Also plants too.
Yes, plants
Trees,
too.
plants, everything
Yes.
is interconnected.
Yes.
Everything in our universe, everything on this planet, everything, all people are interconnected.
And that's why I included that word, that Cree word, Rahatoan, I think I said it right. It means interconnectedness with all spiritual beings, and they're with our teachings. All of them. Little people, what we're talking about, fairies, mermaids, star people, everything. We're all interconnected, and they're, I think us humans are way behind what they can do, and we can do the same as them, but we gotta do our work, the healing work. And that's why they come to you to help you heal whatever you need, or even to even let go of things that no longer serves you, that doesn't define you. You know, so that's what I believe why they're there to help and help us heal. That's why I named the conference this way, because that's their message, the Bigfoot. And now, like, the little people are coming to me, showing themselves to me, and I'm painting them too. And I know I always knew about the little people because my mom talked about them. She said they played with them. And our ancestors had that connection with them, like the physical connection with them, with the little people, with Sasquatch, with even fairies, even birds of prey. It's us doing the healing work and returning to our cultural teachings, and that's what they want us to do. Be a good human being, be kind, love, and all that things. Those are the messages that they bring forward to us and to return to our teachings. Barry has a question, so there's another one, but I don't want to screw up this. Is in there.
Okay, so my question is has anyone done a study or something in regards to people that have those ESP or the ability to see energy or whatnot, and then look at it as what background / religions that they were in, and the reason, and this is just something that I was thinking of, is that, like for instance, Anglican or Christianity, when you're born, they do baptism. So they're putting like oil and a little bit of holy water, sign of a cross, right on top of the chakra of the third eye. So technically it's to protect them from spirits, right? Because you can't get hurt from what you can't see. But a lot of people are not aware of this. But in Catholicism, we're also taught that under an emergency, we can perform an emergency baptism. So that if our child dies, we still go to heaven. But what if we're doing it wrong and we're actually opening up the chakra? And there's other, like earlier you guys were saying that like the yogis are able to slow their heart rate. And then you've got Qigong masters that are able to like produce electric volts like an electric eel. And then you've got people with 3D like myself. And you've got various other things. What if those gifts, at one point someone decided that, they were being Puritan and it's like, we're not going to teach that anymore, and those gifts went to different tribes or whatnot and just left. And now that's why we have some people that are able to, harness electricity. Some people that are able to harness their own bodies. Some people through training are able to, break wood with their hands. It's like all those gifts got separated. What do you think?
Well, I'm going to answer some of that because I do know some people that can levitate, and I know some people can go like time travel and stuff and things like that. So I'm learning, and that's one of the teachings I do with people, opening up their gifts. And Jean, we've done some healing work like that before, and even to bend things, and I asked, what's the purpose of bending knives? Like, because we can do that. We can do that with our own consciousness. We can do that with their own gifts, with their own energy, bending knives and bending spoons and things like that. I asked the purpose, what's the purpose, what's it teaching him? And for us, healing is about, when I was teaching people how to bend spoons and all that stuff and knives, and they're like so amazed. They're like, oh my God, I did that. And well, yeah, you did. So I asked, what's the purpose of this? And the answer came back is that anything is possible. You can do it. You can achieve anything that you ask for. You can achieve anything, you know. So that was the purpose of when I do my sessions. I can teach people how to do that, especially if there's so much trauma and they, oh, I can't do this, I can't. And I say, okay, here's the knife. I'm going to teach you how to bend it. And they bend it, and they're like, oh my God, I did that. Well, yes, you did it. Just like anything else that you put into it that you want to achieve, you know. So yeah. So anybody else wants to ask them?
You know, I spoke briefly yesterday about the paranormal study that we did for 4 years. And we tapped into those areas. We wanted to find out what made certain people have the experience as experiencers and the participants who did it. Everybody comes from a different walk of life, a set of religious beliefs, and she spoke very straight about it. It becomes a mystic gift, and she's opening up those gifts. But from a scientific aspect of it, it is your codons. We all have the capacity in our DNA to turn on those codons, and you know, you hear about these special individuals, especially in China, that can levitate, they know how to walk through walls, they know how to do this and that. We do not know how to raise our vibration or our frequency to be able to go through material things, yet we have the capacity to do it. You hear this all the time. And time travel is one of those. Time travel is frequency at the very highest level, which is love. You know, when these people are communicating with these beings, Sasquatch and UFOs, it's because they're on their frequency. And I believe there's a universal love pattern, even to have a visitation, if those of us are Christian, from Christ himself. And that is a visitation based on a love-based frequency. And I do believe that when we study these individuals, because they were having experiences, they were surprising themselves that they had that skill set within them. The shift in, we used to think, oh, the environment must be the participant causing the person to have the experience. It is not that way. It is the person who they are having, creating the experience. That is the shift that Judy's talking about, that we are basically the creators. And then some of us have our frequency. Sometimes we don't even know that we're in that sweet spot, that we're now seeing these manifestations of gifts, or these manifestations of spirit, seeing things beyond the veil, as some people put it. And I think that's where it comes from, is the highest frequency there is out there is that of love.
I think one of the things, if you look at individuals like Bob Lazar, who claims that he had worked at S4 out in what is known as Area 51, he was one of the persons that was tasked by the government to reverse engineer these craft that landed in 1947, the UFOs that crashed in Roswell and Corona, New Mexico. What he describes is that the craft that he looked at, that he studied, weren't developed or created like, let's say, how man would create a device like this. Bringing together all of the components, the different types of minerals and chemicals and everything it takes to create a device like this. What he describes is that the extraterrestrial would with their mind manifest these craft And even the control of those UFOs, those craft, the being would sit in a seat, but all of the control would be done with the mind as far as the flight. It's not like a military pilot that would get into a military craft and you have all the physical controls and that kind of thing. And today, where the militaries around the world have equipment where that monitor your sight, and weapon systems can be manipulated with your sight. They're now looking at even using thought control of different components of those craft. But these extraterrestrial, that they had already been doing that. Who knows how long? I mean, maybe millions of years before we are where we're at today, mankind. So it's something interesting to think about.
Mike, do you want to share a bit on that?
Oh, actually, before you do, just touching on the whole thought control thing for controlling vehicles and whatnot. The person who had Neuralink installed, supposedly all the wire, like some of the wires actually moved out. So they had to reprogram the chip to grab extra inputs because a lot of them had blocked out. But that person literally is now able to control a computer and a mouse and whatnot with his mind. And I'm wondering if that particular stuff is close to, if not precursor to, how those chips control. Oh.
I don't think my phone actually. This room is beautiful for resonating anyway.
It is.
One of the things that struck me when you were asking the initial question was a lot of people don't think about science and spirituality as one, but scientists are all born into a religion and into a community, and they're all brought up around spirituality. And one of the things that drives a lot of scientists is to figure out what that is.
That's right.
And what that process is. So when we look at our technology, a lot of it is built off of brain. So a computer is built off of layers of 1 to 6 zeros, and what we're doing is we're just adding more code to allow it to process.
That's right.
And what we're not doing with our brains is adding those 1s and zeros and opening those neural connectors to allow that script to actually process. So
What we're talking about is consciousness.
Yes.
We don't know what consciousness looks like. We just know it's there and exists.
No, exactly. We're also in the process of creating AI, so
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
understand and dive into consciousness.
And the same with feelings, human feelings. How do you put that human feeling into AI and into a robot?
We have one question here.
I have a comment. Levi here is because Katukaheykano-Bigfoot says I'm from way up north of Thunder Bay, one with Trap Line, and we had experiences up there with traditional teachings. My father did do hunting and fishing and trapping using the Medewa techniques, so he would shapeshift and fly around and find out where all was a game was as a teenager. And then he stepped beyond his boundaries into another medicine man's travel light hunting grounds, and the curse was put on him. He lost all that ability. And what happened was he ended up coming south because he had no hunting skills, no trapping skills, no fishing skills. We tried to give him some odd jobs, but he ended up coming south, and to make a long story short, he had an experience with God, and he became a minister. Couldn't speak English, never went to Bible college, but he had an interaction with Shimon. And he started 10 native speaking churches, traveling the world, taking this interpreter with him. But what I want to say is, as you talk about the Bible, I'm a minister. We have a congregation here at 3 o'clock when the book started. And so if you leave the tables and chairs out, we have a circle of these. But the Bible says that each of us have been given spiritual authority. spiritual giftings. And those callings and giftings, he says it's without repentance, and he won't take them away from you. Now, our responsibility is to find out what the Creator wants us to do with those spiritual giftings and callings, and to use it for His upliftment. Do you understand what I'm saying? That He will get the honor. You know, it's good to be able to do something for yourself and you get recognized for it, but we should be doing it for Him, because we're just His creation. We're just made from the dust of the earth. If you talk about scientists, my daughter is a scientist. She teaches at the University of New Brunswick, and she told me one day, Dad, break us all down to our minerals and so on, our vital things. We're just made from the dust of the earth, and that's what we are. So I told her, so we got eyeballs that we can think. Dust of eyeballs. But again, so she's using the gifting that she received from the Creator to study, do all the work that she does, and teaching that she does, and so on. So I guess that's one of the things for us in the church is the church has gone through so much horrible stuff. We've been guilty of so much, and I number myself with them because those are my brothers and sisters, and many of them mess up because they choose not to follow what the Word says, the Bible says. They depend on their own willpower to try to figure out what God wants, when naturally we should be seeking the face of God, saying, God, what do you want? Not what can I do for you? And there's a scary chapter in Matthew, the book of Matthew. It says, many will say to me on that day, that's judgment day, Lord, Lord. So they say to Jesus, Lord, Lord, did we not cast out demons in your name? Did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not do miracles in your name? And he says to them, get away from me, you workers of iniquity. So in other words, even those Christians that call Jesus Lord, and you hear them all over, if they're in the wrong spirit, they will come under condemnation. And that's where it's incumbent upon each person to say, and I like the smudging, where it says, clean mind, clean ears, clean thoughts, clean heart. Speak to walk the way the Word created us. And that's what real Christianity is. Hungry and thirsty to do the will of God. Thank you very much.
So we're running out of time here, so I'm going to leave it to the last question here. Well, first let me say this first. Larry, do you have a question? Yes, one and a half question. Let me, because I want to try to cover everything here.
Hello, everybody. Just have a question regarding the panel. You can answer it, or somebody in the crowd. I have a lot of respect for the community, for the Aboriginal community. I grew up with Aboriginal, people. I can relate to a lot of that. It's just a problem that I have been facing is I'm not a Aboriginal, and I find it really hard to find an elder. And found that it's hard to just explain. You don't see how I am an elder with written on the forehead, it's the customs and the traditions I like to respect. So I would like to learn that. Where do you go? How do you somebody will know the process? I find it hard myself to meet an elder. So I'm on a quest right now. But I am on the path. I find it hard to do.
I would like to make a comment in that I think, like you sitting where you are, you're in the right place. Because here, you're going to have people that come together, like the panel here,
people that have traveled here, the visitors that have come here to be able to share information from not only Aboriginal but Indigenous peoples from around the globe. There's people here from all over the place, worldwide, and I think you're in the right place coming to an Indigenous Cultural Center. This is where people come together, those kind of people you're describing, to be able to share their wisdom and their information. I know we've had some elderly people within our audience here today and also yesterday. So I think you're in the right place, and I think as you seek out that information, it'll come to you. It'll come to you. Again, a lot of it goes back to your intent, what's in your heart, and why you would want to learn these kinds of things. And I think it's important to be sincere,
I want to answer your question. These are the elders, right here, sitting up here. What you're talking about is possibly a medicine man. They learn the craft of the medicine from a little person to become an older person. And their wisdom, an elder holds wisdom and ways of the teachings. Some of us have learned as adults. We're not all traditional because we were given circumstances and to live in a non-native world, and now we're still seeking for our traditional ways as well. And this weekend, I have seen the powerful medicine people here. And the paranormal rangers, we teach each other. We partake of our land, come back to our ancestors. We did this a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and very much got in touch with our ancestors. In your own way, possibly you could get in touch with your ancestors who can be the guide to your life. And that's the key, I think, one of the keys that exists for people. We have all been on that journey, and we still are and continue. I learned so much this weekend myself about my other clan, which is the Sasquatch. I didn't look at them in that way, but now I'm looking at them as brothers and sisters because they exist. And it's true that they exist. So we learn from nature. That is the wisdom. And I'm going to share a little bit of wisdom. When I got the medicine, the bear root, for the very first time, I connected with nature, and the trees spoke to me, the birds spoke to me, and they told me when I got the bear root, that is enough. That will sustain you for the winter. And we use it for sickness. We make tea tincture. There are many herbs. There are many things that heal. I mean, you got a healer here who understands the land. Like Stan has said, we are teaching each other, and that's the path we need to go.
And we all need to share that information, regardless of where we come from. We're all the human race.
I just want to affirm what Stan said earlier about intention. I think that it's huge. If you seek it and you have that proper intent, it's going to show up.
I just want to say it was an honor to be here, and everyone I've met has been amazing, and this has been a fantastic weekend.
All I can say is sometimes we have to be careful what we wish for. I can remember as a young child sitting in church, and they would talk about gifts, and I decided I'd like to be wise. I want to be a wise guy. Well, I found out that when you wish for something like that, in order to become wise, you have to make some mistakes, and then you have to learn from them. I made a lot of mistakes, And I learn from them. And people look at me and they tell me, you're really wise. And I kind of think to myself, if you only knew the path. So it's not for everybody. You just can't go out and grab a gift. It's given to you. And sometimes the study course is very difficult. For me, I am a born-again Christian, and yet I investigate paranormal cases. The reason that I'm born again is I've studied theology. I went to a Bible school for 3 years. I cannot look at 2 instances in the Bible and disprove them. One of them is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The second is the conversion of Saul of Tarsus to the Apostle Paul. And if you look at history, if you look at Josephus, the historians back then, it's all real. It all happened. And you cannot disprove it. Scholars have gone to the Middle East and studied on their own at their own expenses. And they ended up becoming Christians because they could not disprove those things. So, I have my faith, but at the same time, there are mysteries out there involved in the paranormal that we're trying to make sense out of. And there's things within Native culture that we live by that help us. So that's where I'm coming from, just so everybody knows.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Yeah, so, in our, yeah.
Yeah, I just have a little game that I'd like to share with you. I went back to my reserve in Mississauga First Nation a couple years ago now, and on my community, apparently there's lots of alcohol and drugs going on there. So I'm in a 2-story home, and there was a party going on, I guess, of the partier drinking people. And so they were afraid Bigfoot was coming on the reserve road, and they were all afraid, so they came to me at my home. And they said, "Gee, we're afraid." So I said, "I'll go in my basement, I'll speak with him, I'll be here." So he came to my home, Bigfoot, and he came up into my staircase, but he couldn't come in. So we sat with each other, talked, and then he says, "Gene, I'm not here to harm anybody, so you can tell the community I'm just here to pass this message on to you. You need to put alcohol and drugs away." And so that was a couple of years ago. Now I go back home, and the people in the community are seeing Bigfoot. You know the name? He's there. He's showing me he's appearing there. And so I just want to share that little piece.
To me, Gajini, because it's true, and that's why they're appearing more and more to people, because more people are changing, more people are healing, more people are want to be who you are and stuff. And you got something to say?
Hi, my name is Dorothy Blackford. I come from Mabuani. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always had a close connection with spirit world, and I feel like I've been there a couple of times, because I remember one time I was on this side, there was a little fence, there was a long, just like sand, and I crossed from the sand to the other side, and that was where I ended up in the kitchen with my sister, and we sat and talked for hours. So I kind of feel like I went from the human world to the spirit world. And ever since I was a little girl, I remember seeing these orbs in the house or wherever I went. And I have this, like you get that feeling when you go to somebody's house And if there's a spirit there, then I can feel it. I know there's a bad spirit or a good spirit. And I never knew how to tell anybody this stuff, you know, like, who do I talk to? They might think I'm crazy. They might think I'm crazy but I always feel like I've had this connection with that side of the, you know, they say UFOs, they talk about UFOs and ghosts, and, you know, I highly believe that it's true, but I became Christian, and now I don't worry about that anymore because I just give it to God, and if something happens and I know right away I can feel it, then I'll, you know, just pray for the Lord, what do I do? And that's not easy sometimes. No, it's not. No, it's not. Thank you very much.
Mr. Katukaheykano-Bigfoot, Island First Nation. I'm going to leave us to this last question, and I'm going to ask these guys to answer it in just a brief, because this is coming from Larry. We were down yesterday. So, do you have any, oh sorry Larry, I hope that helps with your answer, and even with myself. The medicine wheel is a life cycle, and each life cycle carries a rites of passage ceremony. So myself, we're in that traditional grandmother stage, is that we're in the grandparent stage, where we had a life experience and still learning today to carry on these teachings, to share them with the people, no matter what, because the medicine wheel carries the four colors of men. And those four colors of men includes everyone in there. And that's why Bigfoot, all these spiritual beings are connecting with everyone, because we all come from the same place of creator. And like Michelle said, we are the creator ourselves. We are part of the creator, each and every one of us. And that being said, like with traditional grandmothers, like my sister, my friend, Deborah, you know, we're all, and I'm okay with that because I know where I'm going my next stage is the spiritual realm. And I'm okay with that, you know? So that's our teaching, what I was taught with that. So I'm going to leave this with the next question, and I'm going to make it the last question because everyone, even the people online, because they always ask me. Okay, so with us, let's just be right to the point, and we can answer this with one word. Do you have any tips for making contact or for making Sasquatch, Bigfoot more comfortable with you? So let's go with Deborah.
One word for me would be communication, whether it be thinking and speaking out loud or putting your intent out into the universe. Because the universe listens at all times. It gives you what you want.
My answer to that is to have good intent. You can do this thing with bad intent. You can do it to show off to people, to be on YouTube, to be on all these other social media platforms and raise yourself up and make yourself look important. That's not the point. The point is our own journeys.
I'll take the easy word, which is honesty. But usually when I hear people talk about honesty, for a long time I initially just thought about not being a liar. And not that long ago I realized that it could be even more about not lying to yourself.
To make the connection, first we need to ask for permission. And always in asking permission is offering a gift. I don't care who you are, but we all love gifts. Even the earth, even the plants and the water. So by offering a gift is also nourishment and food offering. That is what I like to do because it also feeds the spirit, it also feeds the body, you know. So food offering, and that is asking for your permission.
intention must be pure, and being honest with yourself and respecting nature. I believe that's why they first came into my life. They saw how I interacted with nature. I believe they were very happy. You know, I was just out in the bush with the camera, and next thing I know, I'm interacting with Sasquatch. So.
For me, I think being open-minded and not being judgmental of these situations and or others, we need to be open and respectful to everything around us. And I really appreciate you sharing your experiences with us. I think when we come together for these kind of events, that's a critical part of this whole get-together, is being able to have a safe space to be able to share your thoughts and your experiences, because no matter what it is that you have to share, it's not, as long as you're coming from your heart, it's not wrong, you know, and we all learn from these things. We're on a journey of learning from the time before we were born into this world, even beyond after we leave this world into the next plane of existence. So again, thank you for that. Thank you for bringing us together for this. You know, John and I have traveled, you know, all over to do these presentations, even to places like Scotland. And for us, the greatest part of it is talking to people, sharing with people, and being open-minded.
For me, the one word is courage. The courage to love another species. To love my other brothers and sisters. I may have a little bit more hair than me. But it has taught me this weekend to love them. It's just they're out there waiting to communicate, and they have requested me to sit with them. I didn't have the courage or the love to do that, and I didn't realize that was the missing part of the whole thing. And I'm going to go back and see if I can still talk with Luna and embrace her like she wanted to embrace me. That is my word.
Tom, the question was, do you have any tips for making contact or for making Sasquatch Bigfoot feel more comfortable with you?
Thanks. Yeah. It's actually quite easy when you get past the fear. If you don't fear them, and you have to accept what you see as real, because it is real. And you know, if I have one word to say about that, it's love and harmony and community. I've seen it all over, and it blows my mind how loving they are with each other and with us, as they can be with us. But we have to open our hearts and our minds and just accept what you see is real. And they'll show you more. They want to show you more. You know, it's something else. I mean, all day long I've just been feeling the energy and love here. It's awesome.
And also, the healing part, going out to the land, and I said that to someone the other day, like go out to the land, no matter where it is, the park, because spirit is everywhere. In a blade of grass, in a tree branch, a little rock, the clouds, the sky, the sun, the water, you know, and including the air that we can't see, but we need that to survive. So I want to say that to Alice when she gave me that teaching. I don't know, I remember when she gave me that teaching how important air was. I was just maybe like 11 or 12 and she gave me that teaching. She showed me by a candle. Without air, Judy, this would happen. So she put that paper on it and the fire went out. to me, that was a lot of teaching from that, and I was just like, wow, how important the spirit of air is, because that's our breath, you know, that's our life. So I want to say thank you, Katukaheykano, for everyone that showed up, and again, I want to say, give my prayers to the families of Rebecca Armstrong, Judy Carroll. Again, thank you, James Bross, and thank you to the Paranormal Rangers, Jonathan Dover, and Michelle, for coming up here. And I want to say a special thank you to my son, Tyler. I love you. Without his help, this wouldn't have been possible. I'm going to cry. Because each one of you means something to me. We all have those gifts, including everyone that showed up this past weekend, including everybody who's watching. I want to thank everyone for allowing us to share that space with them and allowing us to reconnect with old friends. It's really glad to see you yesterday. It's been a long time. And thank you to the husbands that supported their wives to be part of this event, to help us put on this event. Thank you. Give them a round of applause to the husbands and for of our conference. And I want to give thanks to everyone out there that helped this year. You know, the ones who couldn't make it today, Angel, everybody, all my friends. I just want to say thank you. And I know, you know, some people couldn't make it, and that's understandable. But we're gonna download this video, and I'll post it up later so people can watch later. Katukaheykano to the firekeepers, Johnny Moore, Johnny Saki, and their helpers. Katukaheykano for everyone that showed up today. Thank you. And the artists. Oh my gosh, I just so much people. But the artists that donated the art from Saskatchewan, Patricia Little, all the vendors, you know, that showed up. And am I forgetting anybody? If I did forget anybody, it's not my intention to forget you, but I want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart and from the spirit of my heart to sing it to you. Charlotte, do you want to sing a song?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to sing this song. I want to share this song only because, well, where I sit and where I'm sitting now. I know you guys can't see, but there's a turtle. I'm sitting right in the middle of a turtle. And because of who we are as Anishinaabe and who we have to be with the caretaking of Mother Earth, I will sing the turtle song. And the turtle song represents Mother Earth. And truth is another one of the reason why I believe that we are here and we speak our truth. And so I think that's just more appropriate for the song. So let's get it.
Yahweh,
talk to all the speakers. I saw the cards. And I still want to say, do a shout out to Chris Kramer, who couldn't make it. And Chris, if you're listening, please reach out to me. Call me or text me. He was one of our speakers from Arizona, and his group is called Arizona 4. He wanted to share some experiences that they have down in Arizona with the Sasquatch Nation down there, and hopefully Chris will come next year, and his group, will come up. And thank you again, Chimigach, for coming, and Chimigach. Oh yeah, we're supposed to do a drive, and I'm looking for that bag. I don't know where I put it.
Judy, I put it over there. Judy, I put it here on the table.
Over here? Yeah, I know. All right, we're going to do the draw. Tom, you get it? Hey, what do the guys pick here? Derek?
If I pick my number, I'm going to go.
Okay. What is it?
381.
381. 381. Who? Stand right on. This gift was donated by Jocelyn Kitschke from a First Nation. I really wanted to keep it there. No, I was just kidding. But yeah, baseball chocolate, so thank you, have a seat your palms. Thank you everyone for watching, and thank you for joining. If you have any questions, please put them in a comment and I'll get them to people. Okay? Thank you. We love you all. Peace.